come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury, Pam?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can call the witness back in, and
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Draskowitz can begin his cross-examination. Thank you very much for your patience in coming back. Do you understand you are still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Draskowitz?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kenneth.
Hi.
You had testified that after Robert Tellis started the public administrator's office, there were a lot of changes, kind of a shakeup, fair to say.
That's correct.
It was kind of a tipping over, basically, of the apple cart, a way that the things had been prior to his arrival.
Absolutely.
There'd been some changes concerning overtime. He was eliminating people's overtime
Correct.
in an attempt to try and save taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
That didn't go over very well with the old guard, did it?
Old guard, meaning all the prior?
Correct.
Correct.
And who, based upon what you saw and what you knew in the office, who was he making upset?
It would have been our senior estate coordinator, Noreen Pagdayanan. It would have been Alicia Goodwin, one of our estate coordinators. I can't say Rita Reed because she was on salary. That's our assistant PA. But mainly the other two estate coordinators.
In addition to the concerns that Mr. Tellis had in reference to the overtime, were there other concerns regarding basically the ethics of the office's relationships with third-party vendors?
Yes.
What were some of the concerns that you shared with Mr. Tellis in reference to this?
Are you specifically talking about our real estate vendor?
Correct. Yes.
We had one vendor at the time.
And who was
So, I am so sorry, I forgot his name, Brian. But he worked mainly with John Cahill on real estate. Estate coordinators were not a part of that process. Actually, there were lots of concerns by other realtors that would come in and say that it just didn't seem right that there was only one vendor for that.
that? And again, was there a concern by those that predated Mr. Tellis concerning his wanting to change things up concerning the third-party vendors?
Yes.
Was there a concern shared by yourself and Mr. Tellis about some of these basically contractors, real estate agents operating under the Independent Administrations Act?
Oh, yes. Are we talking about Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Yes.
Where homes basically were being sold, people, Mr. Moore and others, were coming in on properties, selling them to straw buyers, and then selling them a second time for a substantially greater profit.
Sure. I don't know what straw buyers are, but yes, there is a concern.
Let's say a person dies, and generally, let's say that person dies intestate, where they they don't have a will. Maybe their heirs are around, maybe there's not. But was there a concern where someone would proclaim themselves, Mr. Moore, just a de facto, just front off the bat, I'm the administrator, they'd come in and sell the property to someone that perhaps there's a conflict of interest?
Okay. Yes. Well, yes.
That was occurring.
Correct.
And then that person would turn around and sell that same property for a lot more money.
Correct. Yes.
And was the concern that you shared with Mr. Tellis is that basically these heirs weren't getting money?
That's correct.
So basically the memories of their loved ones who had died was being trampled on by these people that were coming in and grabbing these properties and making money off of them.
That's correct. I actually handled an estate just like that. Yes.
And that person with whom you handled that estate, was that person afraid of reprisal or getting in trouble or danger from stopping this happening to an heirs or to the properties being sold by these third-party vendors?
I'm so sorry. I don't think I understand.
Fair enough. What do you recall concerning your involvement? What are your concerns that were going on?
Are you talking about specifically to that one estate?
Correct.
I had an estate where real property was not worth very much. There was quite a bit of personal property, though, in the residence that had some value. We could not find a way to to handle that real property accordingly, because there's no liquid funds that we could use to fix up that place. I believe Mr. Moore came in and took over. John let him, Mr. Cahill, my prior PA, and he had made a comment when he came in to secure that property and take over the estate. Oh, if you got any more cases like this, we'd love to take them. You know, so, and then later on the family made contact with me and made comments that they had received nothing. So nothing of the personal property was distributed to them, which is normally something that we would do with family members.
Yes.
And there was no distribution of any kind. I think the house got foreclosed on. They renovated and sold it for more money, and the family got nothing.
So again, you had these third-party vendors who were making money off basically dead people's property.
Correct.
And the dead people's heirs were not getting money from the sales of these properties. It was these third-party vendors.
Correct.
Did there ever come a point in time where you and Mr. Tellis discussed the concerns regarding Compass Realty?
Compass Realty came up because they were noted in a lot of these private administration. I think they're called IAE, something like that, Independent Administration Estates, something of that
Correct.
nature.
And that came under the Independent Administrations Act?
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So we started to see their names more involved in the document filings, the legal filings. So Compass Realty came up. I think there were, besides Mr. Moore, there were two other parties that would file for these independent whatever acts. So I believe they were associated with them, yes.
And when these parties, specifically Compass Realty or others similarly situated, when they come in and make these filings under the Independent Administrations Act, they would do that so basically, based upon your understanding, the public administrator's office would really not have anything to do with that, and they would.
That's correct. We would find out about these filings after the fact.
And based upon your personal knowledge, was this common prior to Mr. Tellis winning the election?
Absolutely.
But then when he came in, he tried to stop that.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that people expressed anger at Mr. Tellis because he was trying to stop this.
Yeah, I believe there were some phone calls from people, angry about it. Why was he trying to step in?
And basically keep money from going to them.
I guess, sure.
Are you aware of the amounts of money that we're talking about?
I think when Rob was researching it was like in the millions, so it was a lot.
So he was basically standing in the way of people making millions of dollars, which had been making that type of money before he was elected.
Correct.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis a packet, or let me ask you this, did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis his wanting to go to the district attorney to try and stop this?
Yes.
And the
I think the whole office knew. Yes.
Okay, and Steve Wolfson was the district attorney.
Okay, yes. Sure.
Are you aware of Mr. Tellis speaking with another individual in law enforcement, specifically Mr. Jappy, trying to put all this evidence together?
Yes.
And this evidence that was getting put together was part of an independent investigation that Robert Tellis was conducting.
Yes.
And he was trying to get law enforcement to take it to stop these millions of dollars going into the wrong hands.
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Tellis discuss the suspicious nature of these transactions that were going on prior to his being elected?
Yes.
You had testified prior to the lunch break that you were made aware that Mr. Gehrman had made a request for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
And you had testified that Mr. Tellis, and I think your specific words were, didn't express concerns about these communications between yourself and him.
Talking about my not having concerns? That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said, I believe, that his concerns just dealt with vendors' names.
No, those were my concerns. I had no idea what concerns were of Rob's with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had no idea because he didn't express to you, oh no, this information can't get out, or
That's
this
correct.
is terrible.
Correct.
He didn't seem to be so concerned.
No, I don't think we had a conversation about that.
And if it would have been a concern in reference to the emails and things or digital communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis, you would have expected him to tell you, hey, I'm afraid these communications are going to be in the journalist's hands.
Correct. Correct.
And were you informed on September 1st that these communications that you were not concerned about, other than some of the vendors, and Mr. Tellis was not concerned about. Was there a communication that you had with Mr. Tellis right around September 1st concerning the release of this information?
On the first, no.
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 Okay. Leading up to the first?
You talking about when we first got the request?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of communications. So I guess the concern was what was going to be in there. We talk about our vendors, we talk about our estates, we talk about colleagues in emails. So I guess there was some concern about, will our vendors find out that we're not very happy with them, more than anything, or are they going to share personal estate information? But so yeah, there was an initial concern.
But that concern, when you talk about the personal estate information, you didn't want these errors or the information of
Right.
dead people's estates being made public.
Being made public, correct.
And that was an ethical concern.
It's confidential. You work in a confidential atmosphere, so yes.
You had given testimony prior to the lunch break concerning seeing an image outside of Jeff Gehrman's house. Do you recall that? There'd been news releases concerning the
Are you
death
talking about the vehicle? Images of the vehicle?
before the vehicle. I'm talking-
Images of a person walking?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you recall when those came out?
Those came out, I think, a day or two before the vehicle image.
Okay.
I don't remember what day, but prior to the vehicle.
And I'm going to just publish, and this has been previously published, a calendar. September 2022. If I told you that it's been learned that Mr. Gehrman was killed on Friday, September 2nd, 2022,
Okay.
is that accurate with your recollection?
Based on all the reports?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I told you that this image of an individual, in the getup, and I'm sure you've seen it since, in
Right.
orange,
The Chinaman hat and the orange vest and, yeah.
that was released on the 5th. Would you have any reason to disagree?
No?
If we had heard testimony yesterday concerning real estate agents that say that they saw this one in particular on the 5th, would that be, or on the 2nd of Friday, would that be inconsistent with your recollection of when this image was released?
No, because then I would have known Friday that this had occurred versus Saturday morning, so,
Okay.
yeah.
In reference to this image, and it may have been a clip of an individual walking
Right.
in this getup, you didn't recognize that as Mr. Tellis.
I did not.
And you had known Mr. Tellis since 2019?
That's correct.
Worked with him every day?
Correct.
Saw him walk in and out of the office? Saw him walk at properties that were being sold as part of his duties as being the public administrator?
Yes.
Seeing that walk on TV and that person, you didn't think it was Mr. Tellis, did you?
I don't look at people's gates. So yeah, people have asked me that before. I didn't. I did not know that was him.
Your concern came about when you saw the vehicle.
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that, there'd been some discussion online concerning whether the rims matched or not. You call that questioning?
Sure.
Before the lunch break. And obviously there was a concern that you expressed that, geez, that vehicle
It
looks
looks
like.
identical, right?
And obviously there was a concern on Mr. Tellis' part as well, going, yeah, that looks like my vehicle.
Correct.
At no point in time did he ever communicate with you face-to-face or digitally by the phones or anything else that he was involved with Jeff Gehrman's murder?
That's correct. He said it wasn't him.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kennett, in June of 2022, Robert Tellis lost his primary race. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So that would mean he would be out of office as of January of 2023?
Yes.
And so the new public administrator in 2023 would have been Rita Reed?
Correct.
And potentially she could have reversed or changed or done whatever to any policies instituted by Mr. Tellis because she would have been the one in charge.
Correct.
So his policies were ending, at the time of the murder, about 3 months later. Is that right? Well, September to January. I
I
guess.
say she started changing policies probably closer in June after he stopped showing up to the office all the time.
Okay.
She made changes on her own.
Okay, so Because she was sort of the next in line?
She was there to, yep,
Okay, so she
Yes.
started managing how things were going?
correct.
Okay. But officially, at least in January, she would be the public administrator and would be in charge of how things were done.
Correct.
I want to talk about the communications that were going to be released between yourself and Mr. Tellis, and there's other people, obviously. Those were going to be text messages, email, and Teams messages.
Correct.
And you mentioned that your concern was
The
maybe
vendors,
what you might have been saying about vendors.
correct.
Did you raise any other concerns with Mr. Tellis, like, hey, this is going to cause problems for me, I'm really upset about this?
I did not.
Okay. You
did
just
not.
said, look, I'm concerned about the vendors.
Just that, yes, there was one vendor's name in there, one of our newer realtors I didn't want.
In that group of communications,
Yes,
were there, like personal communications that really didn't have anything to do with work as well?
probably.
Okay. I mean, probably everybody that uses
Right.
email at work, not every email is,
With Teams, all my other colleagues, so, yep,
yes. But that was included in that group as well.
yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by detectives, I don't know if you remember the date, but does September 7th sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So they come to see you on September the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
And they talked to you about the different images, the images of the figure walking, the person in orange,
Yes,
and then you also talked to them about the vehicle.
yes,
And I think you said it today that you don't really pay attention to gait, like the person, that didn't set off any red flags or alarm bells for you,
it didn't,
but the vehicle did.
correct.
And that's because you had seen him driving it?
No, never saw him driving it. It would be parked in his spot, like we had designated spots there for our work, and his was right next to the employee exit and entrance, so there were a few times that we had saw it there.
Okay. And is that why in your communications with him over text, when it was all coming out in the news, you were
I was like, wow, this is
identical?
correct.
And so when you discussed that with detectives, you mentioned that look, that vehicle looks,
Yes,
okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, after the time that Mr. Tellis lost his bid, in the primary for re-election,
yes,
he nonetheless kept working towards trying to preserve the estates of these heirs.
yes,
And even though he had been elected out of office, he kept trying to stop this corruption that was in existence.
correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. The state may call their next witness.
Call Officer Anthony Mariscal for Virginia. Just give me a second, Your Honor, I gotta get set up. Please step up to the witness stand.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the court, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Anthony, Anthony. Last name is Mariscal. First letter M as in Mary, Ariscal.
Give me 1 minute, there's another flash drive that I needed, it's like the one right
Yeah.
before this. Thanks so much. restart the computer, but we can begin. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been? Oh, where are you a police officer with, or like what department are you with?
I'm currently employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with Metro?
7 years now.
What is your title?
A patrol officer.
All right. What area command are you a part of?
I'm currently assigned to the Summerlin Area Command.
If you could explain to the jury, what is an area command?
An area command is one of various substations that are spread across the Las Vegas Valley to patrol different areas of town.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you respond to an address of, I believe it's 7216 Bronze Circle in Las Vegas, Clark County?
That is correct, sir.
All right. On that day, were you working on duty?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming since you responded. Were you with a partner? Were you alone? How were you working on that day?
I was alone in my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Was it a black and white vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember there being in terms of like a call for service? What do you remember the basic details being?
Vaguely that it was a suspicious situation call and that there was possibly somebody in medical distress.
Okay. So when you get a call like that and you're driving around, what do you do at that point?
Once we're dispatched, the address comes up in our computer system, and we just start heading that way via, the GPS, how we decide to get there. And we're reviewing constant details that are updated in the system by the dispatcher as we're driving en route to that location.
Okay. So as you are driving, what sort of details do you hear? Are there any different details that you're hearing that changed your mind about the circumstances, or is it pretty much the same?
Pretty much the same.
Okay. When you arrive at Bronze Circle, what do you remember about the area that you went to? Is it a commercial, residential neighborhood?
It was a residential area, cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay, it's a cul-de-sac. When you arrive, how many other police officers are there?
I was the first one to arrive.
So the first one there. When you are there any citizens in the general area coming towards you to fill you in on what's going on?
There was an elderly white couple standing in front of the target address.
If you could, please tell me a little bit about what their demeanor was like when they approached you.
It was a white male and white female, elderly, as I previously stated. The female appeared to be visibly distraught, crying, and the male subject was a bit in disbelief when I first made contact with him.
Okay. What do you learn from them, or what do they tell you?
They state that they're neighbors of a gentleman by the name of Jeff Gurman, and previously, the day before, they had tried to make contact with him because they were sitting in their living room and they had noticed that his garage door was open, which they found to be unusual.
Okay. And then what do they say they do over the course of the next day or the following morning?
That previous day that they referenced the garage, they went to his house and attempted to make contact with him. So they were knocking on his front door numerous times and he wasn't answering. And the male also stated that he had his phone number and had tried to call him numerous times to no avail.
Okay. Do they ultimately relay to you that they discover this man somewhere on his premises?
That is correct.
Do they lead you over to that area?
Yes, I walked up there with the male.
Okay. At that point, are there other officers kind of trickling in at this point?
I was still by myself at that point.
Okay. When you approached the body, did you touch it in any way, or did you just kind of look to see generally what it looked like?
None whatsoever. I just observed the general area.
Is that part of your training, or was that just a personal feeling?
That's standard protocol. Usually when we respond to situations regarding dead bodies or decedents or anything of the sort, the police themselves do not manipulate the scene in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Was this individual who was on the ground, was he moving or breathing in any way?
No, not that I could discern.
What did he appear to have any apparent blood on him?
A large amount, yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about protocol. You see a body, there's a lot of blood, not moving, not breathing. What do you do at that point? What are you supposed to do at that point?
At that point, I got on the radio and I broadcast the dispatch and the responding officers that it was my belief that the subject, Mr. Gurman, was deceased.
Okay. Eventually, do some other patrol officers arrive?
Yes.
What other steps are you taking to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, officer?
Due to the nature of the circumstances of this call, we had to make sure that there was no signs of forced entry to the home or anything that was amiss. So while my partner had arrived and was standing with Mr. Gurman and his neighbors, I decided to check the outer perimeter of the home just to confirm that there wasn't any signs of forced entry or anything else otherwise unusual.
At this time, is it pretty much just a couple officers that are there and this couple that are out in the cul-de-sac at this point?
Myself, my partner, and the couple, yes.
Okay, so there's not like a mountain of citizens pouring out of their homes coming towards you guys, right?
No.
Okay, any real estate agents?
No.
I know it seems like a silly question, but no one from Compass Realty, just to be clear, no one identifying themselves as an employee of Compass Realty?
No.
All right. You walk the perimeter. Do you see anything that catches your attention in terms of like suspects or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. At some point, do you start to tape off the scene?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
To prevent any of his other neighbors or anybody else that might be in the area from encroaching upon the residence that might otherwise disturb the immediate scene.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term? So when you do your perimeter tape, where do you do it from?
Standard procedure for us is generally to make it as large as possible, just to facilitate as much area for investigation to take place.
Okay, so do you do it just kind of around the house or the driveway? Where are you doing this at?
Specifically, I did it in front of the house.
All right. Later, is there crime scene tape that blocks off the entrance to Bronze Circle?
To my recollection, I believe so, yes.
You didn't do it per se, but was
No.
it ultimately done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard of clearing the residence?
Yes.
What is that?
Aside from this particular call, we respond to a variety of other calls for service, such as welfare checks, burglaries, things of that nature. We clear a residence usually with a minimum of a 3-man element if we're trying to take a suspect into custody, if we're conducting a welfare check, any lawful reason that we have entry to make into that home to conduct that.
Officer, did you participate, and I just don't know, but did you participate in the clearing of that residence?
I did, yes.
Was there a Sergeant Freese that also arrived at scene that assisted in clearing the residence with you?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. At the time that you arrived there, were you wearing anything that potentially could record the things that you're seeing or experiencing while out on duty?
Yes, sir.
What were you wearing?
My assigned body-worn camera.
Okay. Prior to coming here and testifying, have you had an opportunity to review footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, we have State's proposed 344, which has been admitted by stipulation. And this time we are going to play Officer Mariscal's body-worn camera. If we could cue over.
Mr. Grassroots, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
I don't know, it's pretending like we've got extra screens, so we're gonna spin that, okay. Oh, let me stop it right here. Sir, when you activate your body-worn camera, does the audio immediately pick up?
No, sir.
Okay, so how does that work? Why then, if we play in the first few seconds, why is there no sound? What happens with the camera?
The manufacturer of this particular body camera, there's a approximate 30-second buffering zone where there's no audio before it kicks in.
Okay.
Control 204, we're making contact with residents on 1156, we're being cooperative. Is there somebody that's injured around here?
That's why here, man.
Yes, good evening.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, we're right across
Okay.
the street there. And yesterday, the garage door was open during the afternoon.
Okay.
At night, it wasn't closed, so we came over and we got his cell number. So we're trying to call him.
213, the mail's 419.
We're trying to call him, and we got no answer. So we thought, oh, you know, when it got dark.
So I want to.
And
The wrong button. I'd like to stop right there for a second. You said we have a 419. What does that stand for?
That is our Metro radio code to identify a dead body.
Okay.
the only thing I could do is hold the red cord and lower the garage door because we couldn't get a hold of him bang on the door. Left him messages and he, you know, no answer. So I came over and knocked and rang his bell because I was going to make a wellness call because he does go out of town. He does go out of town and it's a holiday. We thought, well, maybe he's flying, and then I was going to call for a wellness call once I'm offshore, and I walked around here because I was going to go in the back garden.
Does he live alone?
Yeah, this is, his name is Jeff Gurman.
Okay.
He's the RJ reporter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Let me just, I'm kind of listening to the radio at the same time. Did you say that his garage was open?
Yeah, but I pulled the cord on it and lowered it down because.
That was last night?
Last night.
At what time?
Probably. What time did we come over last night? I think it was.
Sundown's usually like around close to 8 p.m.
Yeah, probably around there.
Okay. So, you hadn't heard from him in a while? Is that what it was?
We kept. Well, no. I see Jeff. He's got. And with the door being open, that's very unusual.
The garage door.
The
Yeah.
garage door. So, we said, let's run it down and hopefully he'll call us. He may be flying or maybe in the Midwest,
Did you notice anything unusual inside the garage?
No, his car's in there.
Okay. After you closed the garage, did you like knock on the front door, try to get hold of him?
No, we
Or
were trying to do all that before, and there was absolutely no answer. We kept leaving messages on his voicemail.
Okay.
Well, yesterday afternoon, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. There was a red car. I was sitting in the living room over here, and I just happened to glance out the window, and there was a red, it looked like SUV or something. It was hot out of you are, maybe a little over.
That was yesterday?
Yesterday.
At what time was that?
Oh, that was what time?
Is that your guys' house?
Yeah.
You have cameras? Is it,
I do, and unfortunately, we've been having problems, so I can't get into it.
okay. Okay. Give me just a second. We'll probably get you guys on a written statement real quick, but.
You guys read it for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. There's like some trauma to his neck.
Oh, yeah.
They said yesterday at around 8 p.m. approximately, they noticed his garage door was open. They were knocking on his door prior to that.
You just go over to your house, we'll be over in a second, okay?
They were knocking on his door prior to that, and they weren't getting an answer. They said before that, earlier in the afternoon, a red sedan was parked in front of his house, but those cameras that they have don't work.
Is it looking from his neck or is it from his mouth?
I almost want to say it's his neck, dude, because there's like a tear in his shirt. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like trauma to his neck. They said that his car was in his garage. They didn't notice anything unusual inside the garage. I'm gonna check their outer perimeter of the house.
See a elderly male, probably about 60, a fair amount of blood, possibly severed neck. BC9, 812, give me a call when you have something. Copy. Robert 32, give me.
Sorry, last one.
Robert 32, just spoke with the resident who has a camera. We did observe the male walk by at 10:11 break. Shows white shirt with the red lettering on the back, and a white visor on the back. But he just had a bomb in his hand, negative 8413 on the camera.
Everything else is secure. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up right now. Yeah, he's at the end of the street. I'll put some up right here.
Robert 32, give me. Second camera angle, just to reconfirm. Negative 413 in his hands whatsoever, just a phone break. Just update this to a 416, please, for his quick. In case there is any future calls, he appeared to have orange tanks on.
I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
Send me the next two available units so we can make sure we have this whole thing contained. Robert, just give me time to that one.
Hang on.
Robert 34, same structure. That's Frank, please.
Trevor 30. Trevor 32, Trevor 34, Victor 3.
I'll keep that TV unit free. TV unit are available.
Trevor 32,
I didn't know, just give us a car, what is it?
2 minutes ago, he said that we should bring the other TV units on this call.
Whatever they need.
light pole? Okay.
Pause it here. So essentially, you kind of finish up sealing off the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we move a little bit farther forward, I take it you kind of speak to the neighbors a little bit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you get. What are we looking at here? Whose home are you in at this point?
This is the home of the woman that you see pictured on screen now.
Okay, so you maybe go speak with them briefly. Is
Yes.
that
Yes, sir.
what you do? Yeah. And then eventually, what are we looking at here?
At this point, this is when we've made entry into Mr. Gurman's home and is clearing it.
Okay. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is the garage of the woman's home that I previously mentioned.
And why are you in there?
I'm with her husband, and I was attempting to assist him in operating his video surveillance system to possibly obtain footage of the red vehicle that they had mentioned.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Officer, we see you arrive, and when you came into contact with the fairly mild-mannered, well-spoken gentleman, Roy Bailey. He was the gentleman that you were speaking to initially in front of the residence. That was captured on video, correct?
Are you referring to the neighbor?
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
It's Metro's policy that you wear body cam, and that as a patrol officer, and that when you have civilian contact, you record it. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In this case, he was not the subject of an investigation, the target of investigation, but nonetheless, we had your contact with him captured, and we had the benefit of viewing that this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
You arrived a little after 5:30 on this date, September 3rd. Give or take, and trust me, it's not a trick question. I mean, you can see up here we have a time later on, but you arrived right around 5:30 in the afternoon, September 3rd.
5:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Robert, that's Zulu time.
What would that be in normal people's time?
I don't know the conversion, but
Fair
it
enough.
is Zulu time.
Okay. Point being is you come into contact, and you were the first recorded law enforcement that we know of, correct? And that's captured on the body cam.
Yes, sir. I was first to arrive on scene.
We don't know what proceeded prior to your arrival, correct?
No, sir.
That's on record, that's recorded, fair enough. And we have you securing the scene. It says 17:46, but could you give us what time that would be in body cam time?
Just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
That would be the time that you previously mentioned.
And would it be 10:30 maybe in the morning, give or take?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and well, I have no reason to contradict your recollection or your review of the time. I'm just trying to make it clear and so the record's clear. From that point forward, we have the benefit of body cam. Interactions are captured. The scene is captured, things of that nature. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you secure the area about 10 minutes after you come into contact with Mr. Bailey, the neighbor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did you redirect? Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here today. The state may call their next witness.
We'll call Sergeant Bradley Freese.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Bradley Freese, Bradley. My last name is Friess.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police sergeant with Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long have you been with Metro?
17 years.
What is your current title?
Currently, I am a supervisor with the Abuse and Neglect section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. At that time, did you hold a different position within Metro?
Yes, I did. I was a patrol sergeant, sorry.
Okay, and what was the area command that you were affiliated with?
Summerlin Area Command.
All right. Do you respond to 7216 Bronze Circle at approximately sometime after 10:30 in the morning?
Yes,
on
I
that
did.
day? Okay. When you go out there, or when you were kind of alerted, what are the basic details that you recall hearing?
The basic details that I heard is that there was a suspicious situation, and the neighbor had found their neighbor lying on the ground and believed they were possibly deceased, and then officers were dispatched to that location.
Okay, so when you hear that, do you start to make your way over?
Not immediately. Generally, I will wait to get a confirmation or something like that. I'll start heading that way, but depending on who else is, if there's other supervisors, I may or may not head that way right away.
Do you ultimately do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you do arrive, is there any crime scene tape put up that you can remember to help preserve the scene?
Yes, there was crime scene tape and marked police vehicles at the end of the cul-de-sac, blocking off any vehicles driving down the cul-de-sac, as well as at the home itself. There was some crime scene tape.
When you arrive at the scene, who appears to be outside?
When I arrived there, the only people that I remember seeing were other officers that were there.
Okay. Do you recall any regular citizens coming through?
Not that I recall, no.
Any real estate agents?
No.
All right. When you arrive, what do you decide to do at that point with your fellow officers?
When I first arrived, we needed to make sure that there were no additional people inside the residence that needed assistance, so we cleared the residence, make sure nobody else was inside the home, and then after that, we started to stabilize, make sure everything was preserved for detectives to respond.
Okay. Are you familiar with something that is called a CAD log?
Yes.
And what is a CAD log?
A CAD log is basically the log as an event is updated in our computer system. It is put in this log, and it details, each line details what the officers say over the radio to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher types in this log, which is preserved in that CAD log.
Okay. Is that sometimes referred to as an audit trail?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, can CAD logs organize people in terms of kind of the chronology with when they arrive on a scene?
Yes.
Can they do that? So there's other forms that kind of show the chronology of people showing up?
Yes.
And it lists maybe their name and their time and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In preparation for testifying, have you reviewed the CAD log, an audit trail, as well as a chronological log of who was arriving at scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states proposed 346 and 347, which I believe is admitted by stipulation.
Correct.
All right, so I'd like to publish just page 1 of states 346. Back out a little bit. All right. If we can see this here in the upper left-hand corner, it lists an address. Is that the address that you guys kind of respond to?
Yes, sir.
What does cross slow mean in the middle here? What's that signify?
That is the closest cross street with that particular address.
At the bottom here, or at least in the middle here, it says create, and it says 9/3/2022 at 10:33:31. What does that signify?
That is the date and time the event was created.
Okay, and so there's an event number that's associated with this. Is that right?
Correct.
What is an event number?
The event number is how our police department logs and catalogs anything that's associated with a particular event, whether it's a car stop or a crime or anything like that.
Okay, so if someone calls 911 at the beginning of the day, maybe that's the first event of the day, and it just kind of goes on and on and on through.
Correct.
Is this the event number up here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I want to. You mentioned that the create date was at 10:33:31. When you look at this first entry here, is that kind of what it's signifying here?
Yes.
All right. The next entry here says, can you? This is in shorthand, but can you interpret that for us?
Sure. Conference with medical. PR found neighbor on ground on side yard covered in blood. Appears 419.
What does PR mean?
PR is a person reporting.
Okay. And what does appears 419 mean?
Appears 419. 419 is our radio code for dead body.
Okay. We look here and we start seeing at this entry at 10:34:38. It says unit LV2V6TV stat AS. What does AS stand for?
That stands for assigned.
Okay, and what is that unit, kind of those numbers and that symbol, LV2V6TV? What does that mean?
So the LV is just, the actual call sign is the 2V6TV, and what that stands for, 2 is the shift indicator, 2 is day shift, 3 is swing shift, 1 is graveyard. V is a particular sector beat that unit is responsible for, and then the 6 is that officer's assigned number, whether 1 through 6, and then TV is short for a tactical vehicle.
When we go to 10:34:44, it indicates dispatch LV/2V13 officers LV Mariscal Anthony. What does that mean?
That indicates that 2 Victor 13 Officer Mariscal was dispatched to the event.
Okay, and then right below that, it has that same call sign being AS, meaning assigned.
Correct.
Right below that, it says ER, and using that same call sign of Officer Mariscal. What does that mean?
ER means en route.
Okay, so as we kind of look at this log, we'll see a different call sign a little bit lower here. That means that Officer Tyler Burgess is being assigned at 10:34:51. Am I reading that essentially right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got another entry down here. What does this mean?
It says neighbor male, approximately 50 years old, negative breathing, meaning not breathing, changed colors.
Okay. So the call sign for Officer Mariscal was 2 Victor 13, correct?
Correct.
When we look at page 2, we look at this entry here at 10:37:08. It says 2 Victor 13 AR. What does AR mean?
That is short for arrived.
Okay. So essentially what this log does is it shows us who is arriving and who is coming and when they go or if they leave. Would that be fair?
Correct.
All right. You've had a chance to also review the 31-page, and I'm publishing 347, this chronological log of officers and law enforcement personnel with Metro that responded to the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've been through all 31 pages reviewing the names, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the name Derek Jappy anywhere on that catalog?
No, I did not.
Okay. On that day, were you also wearing body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Okay. At this time, if we could switch over to, and we're going to play states 344. So is this your body cam, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are not at the location in question, would that be correct?
That is correct.
All right, we are going to spare everyone. Take it this is you driving there?
Yes.
All right, so we're resuming at 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
I just arrived. Give me just a minute. I'll let you know. How many do you have in route still? Okay, that should be sufficient. I'll let you know here in just a minute. Go ahead, sir. So what's the cross street? Bronze and what? Copy. It'd be a wintergreen and bronze. Okay. Fair amount of blood, probably from the neck area, so we're like sure. Okay. Neighbor said today, yesterday saw a red SUV parked here, can't really describe it that well, so the garage door was open. About 8 o'clock, goes outside, the SUV's gone, garage is still open, can't get a hold of this dude, he didn't know where he's at. So neighbor goes in, pulls the door, closes the garage. Okay. So it should be unlocked. Okay. That's it. No family, no other, no inside, and no animals. So this dude is a crime reporter for the yard drill, so they'll look that up. So okay. That's where we're at. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to the garage door. I gotta look it up. Okay. All right. Yeah. You got a set of gloves? I don't know. I got a new stack on my desk. That's fine.
Let me just stop for 1 second. You've been doing this for how long?
17 years.
I take in your 17 years you've been to a lot of scenes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How would you describe this? Is this a dynamic or more like a sterile scene?
It's not a dynamic scene, but there are still some unknowns for us, so it's not quite static yet.
Okay. And so, but I guess you've been to scenes where there's like lots of people running around and people coming out of the woodworks to kind of offer opinions about things they've seen. Is this really one of those scenes?
No.
Okay. Just resuming play.
Hold on, ma'am. Give us just a minute, okay? Yeah, we're going to move it right now. We're going to go in and make sure somebody's inside. Hang out over there for us, okay?
Why are you asking her to do that? Why are you asking her to stay on the other side of the street?
Just to kind of maintain the integrity of the scene where we have, because there's only limited resources there, we needed to make sure we went into the home safely, and I don't want somebody else kind of drawing our attention elsewhere.
Understood.
Before you go in, make sure everybody's ready, so hold on. Good? All right.
Metro Police, if there's anybody in here, make yourself known.
Yep. I'm with you.
Once they move up, we'll move over here and you hug that wall. If you want to go with them, then I'll cover down here. It's got a kitchen back here. You guys ready? Yep. The kitchen kind of looks like it's closed off to the right, and then so it wraps up around to the left. So I'm just going to push through. Ready?
Yep.
Straight room, straight room. All right. Clear back here.
Slider lock.
It is locked.
I checked the outside already.
Visual clearance from here. It looks like it's clear.
You should run back.
Yeah, before we got here. Around the side.
Day 12 code for residence is clear.
Does it look like any here?
All right. Any sign of a struggle or drawers open or anything like that in there? What you guys saw?
No ransacking?
Nothing in here.
Okay. All right. Where's he at right here?
The only thing is just the gravel is slightly disturbed right here.
Right here?
Really right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Gravel, everything else.
Stop it here for a second. Sergeant, I noticed that you didn't touch the body in any way. Why didn't you do that?
Because at this point, I don't know what we have. I don't know exactly what happened. So I'm not going to touch anything in case there's anything of evidentiary value. I'm going to allow detectives to come out and they can do that.
Okay. And when you have a dead body, do people start to touch the body before the coroner investigator shows up, or do they usually leave it alone?
Usually they leave it alone.
Okay. Resuming at 2712.
I couldn't see real well. You said there's a cut on his neck right there?
Looks like on the left side.
Yeah, like by the shirt there? Where the shirt's kind of like a hole in the shirt there? Okay. All right. How'd you guys hang out? Did you guys make contact with anybody over here? When you guys knock on the door, see if anybody's there, anybody's showing you? Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him, and then I'll have you just hang out over here. Or, well, somewhere over here, so we'll just don't let anybody come over the body.
I already talked to her. I already got it. Jeff.
I didn't see cameras.
Hey, when is, last night, what time was it that he came over here?
We said December one now.
Okay, around 8 o'clock-ish. Okay. How does he know this guy? His neighbor?
Problem for an issue, he said he came over yesterday, not after work, it's okay. But actually came back this morning, and then tried to find him.
Pause it here. Move forward a little bit. So you essentially walk out past Bronze Circle. And then who is this individual here?
That is my lieutenant.
Okay. Resuming at 3120.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, possibility. So, because there's no, he said it looks like there's blood around his neck, but there's no, you can't see anything of where it's coming from. So it very well could have come out of his mouth or whatever the case is. Could have had a heart attack, I don't know. So I was going to call the coroner, have the coroner come out. PD's in or out, they can do their thing. And then if coroner determines that it's going to be suspicious, then we'll start notifying homicide. Unless you want me to call them now and give them a heads up and see if they want to send somebody out.
Have the coroner come out.
Okay.
Let's have the coroner come out. I agree. Just looking at it, it really looks like he just had a sudden drop in him.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Request a coroner and I do this.
So ultimately, you're the one that radios in to bring in the coroner's office.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Okay. We are going to call Detective Derek Jappy. I think I'm okay.
Please step up to the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Derek Jappy, D-E-R-E-K, J-A-P-P-E.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. If you could tell this jury what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you been with Metro?
I've been employed for 17 years.
What division or what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Intelligence Section and a detective in the Public Corruption Squad.
All right. Before we get to that, prior to, how long have you been in criminal intelligence for?
6 years.
All right. Prior to that, where were you?
So I was a patrol officer. From there, I went to a problem-solving unit. Then I became a detective in probably 11 years ago in the construction theft unit. Then I was a detective in an auto theft task force, the commercial robbery section, and then public corruption squad.
Okay. One second. All right, so tell us a little bit about what Criminal Intelligence Public Corruption Squad does.
Yeah, so we investigate anybody that holds public trust. If you're in a position where the public should trust what you're doing, we would do those type of investigations.
All right, so you've investigated public officials in the past?
Yes, the type of people that we investigate are typically police officers, lawyers, judges, politicians, things along those lines.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about someone by the name of Robert Tellis. Do you know Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's a gentleman over here wearing a gray suit.
Okay. What sort of color shirt is he wearing?
To the far right of the
All right,
table.
let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So, if we could, tell me a little bit about how you get put in contact with the defendant.
In the beginning of March of 2022, through my chain of command, I was asked to contact Mr. Tellis, reference information that he had, or that he believed that there was corruption that was taking place within the probate court.
Okay, and so that is approximately 6 months before Jeff Gehrman dies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At that time, what position did Robert Tellis hold within Clark County?
Yes, he was the elected public administrator in Clark County, Nevada.
All right. When you meet with him, do you meet with him in March?
Yes, I do.
All right, and when you meet with him in March, is it in person at first? Is it over a phone call? How does it work?
Initially, it was a phone call. After the phone call, he briefly discussed the allegations that he had through his own investigation. From there, he sent me an email outlining his investigation, and then a couple days after that, we met in person to further discuss what his investigation showed.
Do you remember the date that meeting occurred on?
I believe it was March 6th or March 7th of 2022.
Okay. So, if you could, who did Mr. Tellis allege was doing something inappropriate in the world of public administration?
It was Compass Realty, and then employees within Compass Realty.
Okay. What did he say Compass was doing with people who pass away who don't have wills?
There's multiple allegations that Mr. Tellis was claiming. Some of those allegations were that Compass Realty was not notifying the next of kin that they were taking possession of their residence. Secondly, that they were filing false documents to the court, not showing the actual value of the residence, as well as we're selling the residences to employees of Compass Realty, which would be a violation of that statute.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis brought this information to you, did he provide supplementary information to back up some of the things that he was telling you about?
Yes, he did.
Okay. When he came to you, did you take his allegations seriously?
Yes, of course.
All right. If you could, tell us a little bit about what happens when someone dies. Let's just use an example of a house. So, because you investigate all this for a while, would that be fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when someone dies, and let's say they own a house and they don't have a will, what kind of happens to the house?
The house will just sit vacant if there's no family members that they can get a hold of, or if there's no one if a person dies and there's no one that can be contacted, the house goes into like a vacant status. From there, it will sit that way unless there's a next of kin or unless there's a will. From that point, if there is no next of kin, it just stays empty.
Okay. So do you have an example? Let's say the police enter a home and they find someone's passed away inside the home, and they determine that this person doesn't have a will. Is there someone that the police would contact to get them involved with administering this estate?
Yes, if someone passes away inside their house and police are notified, we would contact the public administrator's office to come take possession of that residence.
Okay, and then at that point, they would take over and engage in the process, say, fixing up the home, and then ultimately maybe reselling it to set up proceeds for next of kin or something along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, but is there another scenario where, let's say, the public administrator's office is not informed, where a private real estate company could somehow insert itself?
Yes, from my understanding, if someone passes away and they're not inside the residence and there is no next of kin, then that house, as we stated, sits vacant. When it sits vacant, either there's liens put on the house through various utility companies, or there are delinquent taxes, things along those lines, which would notify realty companies or probate lawyers that the house is vacant.
So essentially, the bills start to pile up.
Correct.
And if a real estate company is watching liens being filed with court systems, they can learn, oh, we potentially have a vacant house.
Yes.
At that point, can a company file something with the court to become an independent administrator, independent of the PA's office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially how Compass's role fits in, inserting themselves as an administrator?
Correct, and it could either be an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Okay, and generally, what's the difference?
The difference is the value of the profit that would be made. If it's less than $300,000, then it'd be a summary administrator. If it's more, then it'd be an independent administrator.
So if you have a home that's under $300,000, how much oversight is there compared to a home that's worth more than $300K?
There's a lot less oversight if it's less than.
And so essentially, Mr. Tellis is reporting to you that he believed that Compass was stepping in on these homes where the bills are piling up, and they are essentially selling them, not notifying next of kin, and making a profit by selling it to other employees of the company.
Yes.
In general. Okay. Okay, so you take it serious. Do you take steps to see if you can corroborate stuff that the defendant is telling you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you examine county recorder sites?
Yes.
Do you examine the courts, like the 8th Judicial Court website, to see what is being filed in open court?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you examine to see when, let's say, Compass Realty were to take over a home, whether or not they'd hold on to the house or flip it really quick? Did you look into that?
Yes. Not only the immediate purchaser of the house, but we even went, and if the house was sold multiple times after that, we looked into the people that purchased the house, if it was sold 2 to 3 times in succession.
Did you take steps to subpoena bank records?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you're doing that. I want to talk about the notification part too. Did you have a chance to study the Nevada statutes that govern notifying next of kin when these situations pop up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know something? Have you ever heard of something called certified mail?
Yes.
Could you tell this jury what certified mail is?
Certified mail is if you're going to send a letter to someone that has a form on the front of it. Once the letter gets delivered, whoever accepts the letter signs for it saying that they received this letter, and then that gets, in most cases, sent back to the person who sent the letter to let them know that it has been received.
Okay. When you examine the statutes regarding this process, some company or person coming in to be an independent administrator, was there a requirement in the statutes to have something like certified mail?
No, there's not.
Okay. So in a certified mail situation, whoever gets the notification would have, in theory, had to sign it, and then you'd have proof like, hey, I have their signature, they were notified, right?
Correct.
But the laws on the books didn't require that in this scenario.
Correct.
Okay. So when you started looking into whether or not people were notified, what were kind of the results?
There are mixed results.
Meaning what?
Some people stated that they were notified, and then others said they had no idea about it.
And just to be clear, we're specifically talking about people who had Compass Realty take over as an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Correct. So through our research, in the documents that were filed with the court through Compass Realty, it would oftentimes state who the next of kin was that they attempted to notify or that they found through their own research. Those are the people that we contacted. And if there weren't next of kins listed, we would try to find our own, through our own research, we'd find next of kins. And those are the people that we contacted. And that's, some of those people said they were notified, others said they were not.
All right. I now want to turn your attention to May of 2022. That's about 2 months after you start investigating Compass Realty and speaking with Mr. Tellis. At that time, do you become aware of a series of articles written by Jeff Garriman about Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
And in general, it's kind of alleging there's like bullying in the office and an accusation of affair, things like that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
During that time, did you have interactions with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Based on what you saw or what you heard from the defendant, how did he feel about those articles that Garriman wrote about him?
He was upset about them.
Okay. What did he say about Jeff Garriman?
I have to object here. It's just a foundation. We get a time, place.
Sure. Okay. Did you have conversations in May of 2022 with Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall speaking with him about the defendant's opinion of Jeff Garriman and why he wrote those articles?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were?
I don't recall where I was at.
Do you remember if it was over the phone or in person?
It had been either over the phone, either through a voice conversation or text messages.
Okay. In general, what did the defendant say about why Mr. Garriman was doing this?
He said that he just wanted to sell papers and that he didn't want the full story or to share the full story.
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you about something that he believed would shed light on what was really happening in the public administration's office?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you that you should look at, or what did he refer you to?
He referred me to a website where he shared his side of the story.
And at this time, is there an election going on?
Yes.
Okay. So he's running for election and these things are coming out.
Correct.
Did he seem concerned about the election? If you know. I don't know if you know, but based on your reaction, did he seem concerned?
Our conversations weren't along those lines. So.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to May 16th. On that date, does the defendant also approach you about another issue he is concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. What does he approach you about?
This is a phone conversation. After the article was written, Roberta Lee Kinnett was receiving a bunch of text messages that he believed were harassing in nature, and he asked if that would be something that I'd be willing to investigate.
Did you, in fact, investigate that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
A few days later, Mr. Tellis sent me screenshots of the text messages that were received. I forwarded those text messages to the district attorney's office and had them review them to see if it fit any harassment or annoying, threatening type, phone call types crime.
Okay. And what was the result after you reached out to the DA's office?
That it did not rise to the level of any criminal action.
Did you let Mr. Tellis know about the results of after speaking with the members of the DA's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate that he understood?
Yes.
At this point, is the investigation into Compass still going on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, I will now turn to June of 2022. At this point, do you become aware of the defendant losing his primary election?
Yes.
So essentially, in 6 months, he would not be the public administrator anymore.
Correct.
All right. Are you having some amount of contact with the defendant?
Yes, I am.
Is it as frequent as it was before?
Our contact was periodic, so I would say yes, as similar.
Okay. So now I want to turn to August of 2022. After the primary loss, are you still investigating Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
All right. At that point in time, are you put in contact with other members of the Public Administration Office?
Yes, I am.
Who are those people that you were put in contact with?
I was put in contact with Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin.
Did you know at the time, as of August, Rita Reed was the very person who beat Mr. Tellis in the election?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So you knew that they were employees and you knew that Rita had run against them?
Yes.
All right. So what do they allege to you?
In our initial meeting with them, they alleged that they received information that Mr. Tellis was receiving kickbacks.
Okay. A week after meeting them, do you speak with another individual in the real estate world?
Yes, is around a week. I don't have the exact days.
Okay. What's her name?
Her name is Kimberly McMahon.
Okay. Was she a former Metro police officer?
I believe she was a lieutenant, yes.
Okay. Was she currently an employee of Metro at the time that you met with her?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long had she been retired for?
I believe she retired in 2021, so it had been about a year since she was a police officer.
Okay. Does she also share information about this alleged kickback scheme?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the allegation? So how does the kickback work in this scenario? Because he's the PA, so it's got to be a little different than the Compass thing. So what's the difference?
Yes, so the information I received is that through the Public Administrator's Office, when they take possession of a home and that home is ready to be sold, they have the ability to pick whatever realtor they want to sell that house. The allegation was that historically the Public Administrator's Office would use multiple realtors and it would kind of be like on a rotating basis of how the houses were sold. The information I received is that Mr. Tellis approached Ms. McMahon while they were selling one specific house and asked to receive 30% of the commission that she received. When a realtor sells a house, through our research, the buyer agent and the seller agent usually receive between 3 to 3.5% of the total sale of the house. So the total value from this realtor would be 7%, and Mr. Tellis stated that he would continue giving them houses to sell if he got 30% of that 7% of the commission.
All right. So now, detective. So we got one guy saying this company's doing this, and now you have other people accusing the very guy who came to you of doing something inappropriate. Detective, as a police officer, do you just pick and choose at this point which one you want to do?
No.
Please tell us, how do you handle a situation like this?
We investigate both simultaneously. Even if a person that's providing us information, if we get information later on that that person is also committing criminal acts, it doesn't change It doesn't change our focus. It doesn't change the ability to still investigate both criminal activities at the same time.
So you have to follow the evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, in August of 2022, do you then start to investigate the allegations raised against Robert Tellis?
Yes.
At the same time, in August of 2022, are you investigating the allegations against Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
So what sort of steps do you take to see if what Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin are saying, to see if it makes any sense? What sort of things did you start looking at?
Similar to the investigation from the information we received from Mr. Tellis, we did a similar thing. So we had names of multiple realtors that the public administrator's office had been using, specifically since Mr. Tellis took that position as a public administrator. We looked into the houses that they have sold since, like I said, he took office, and we were able to see a pattern of multiple realtors being used, and then from the time that Ms. Mahan said that the house was taken away from her, it seemed like the houses went specifically to one realtor. That realtor, based on our research, didn't sell many houses before he met Mr. Tellis, and then after he met Mr. Tellis, the amount of homes that he sold specifically for the public administrator's office substantially increased.
Okay. So do you take steps like, I don't know, collecting people's phones and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. You do records requests and things of that nature?
Correct.
Do you subpoena bank records as well?
Yes.
And additionally, do you apply for and acquire what's called a pen register?
Yes, I do.
What is a pen register?
A pen register is a search warrant that we do to collect phone data information, such as location information and incoming and outgoing contact with that phone, either text messages or voice calls.
And so when you say location information, are you talking about when a phone kind of interacts with a cell site?
Yes.
And sometimes are those referred to as historical phone records?
Correct.
Because we're trying to see where a phone is geographically when it's interacting with a tower.
Yes.
Okay. So you get information like that. Additionally, do you institute surveillance on Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I do.
All right. And was the pen register in effect in early September?
Yes, it was.
Were you surveilling in early September?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd. Do you become aware that Jeff Garriman is murdered on that day?
Yes, I was. Detective,
Was surveillance instituted on the defendant on September 2nd, 2022?
No, it was not.
Do you remember why?
Surveillance was conducted on Mr. Tellis the day prior, so September 1st, 2022.
So why stop? What's the deal with that?
Typically in our line of work, we don't want to do surveillance on a subject multiple days in a row. We typically have the same cars, and if someone starts noticing a same car or same person behind them multiple days in a row, they can get suspicious. So we like to space out our surveillances so that people can't notice cars.
Okay. So the day before, and this was the day off?
Correct.
All right. Now, I have another question to ask you. It's a bit of a burning question. Detective Jappy, did you go to 7216 Bronze Circle on the day Jeff Garriman was murdered?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, later, I don't know if it's that evening or the very next day, do you attend a briefing with Metro regarding the Garriman murder?
Yes, I believe it was that evening at our headquarters.
Okay. Fair to say, given he was a reporter, this was kind of a big deal. It had some notoriety, at least certainly media notoriety.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide those historical phone records from the pen register to the lead detective, in this case, Detective Gaddis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you mention that you were aware of these articles that came up as well?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, who, as far as you know, who is handling the investigation of the Garriman murder?
Detective Gaddis.
Okay. Are you an integral role? Are they saying, like, ride shotgun with me on this? Is that what's happening?
No.
Okay. So homicide's handling.
Correct.
So then I have another question for you. As of September 2nd, Jeff Garriman dies. Do you, for some reason, stop doing your Compass investigation or your Tellis investigation?
No, both those investigations still continue.
All right. So now I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. On that day, are you contacted by Detective Justine Gaddis?
Yes, I am.
Does she ask you to meet her somewhere?
Yes.
And where are you supposed to meet her at?
She called me and asked me if I could meet her at the Summerlin Area Command.
And why did you have to go over there?
Mr. Tellis was present there, and she asked if I could come assist her in the interview.
Okay. At that time, though, is a buccal swab taken from Mr. Tellis pursuant to a search warrant?
That was prior to my arrival.
Okay, so you're not there. Are you aware, though, a buccal's being taken on that day?
Yes.
All right. Are you also aware of a warrant being acquired to perform a search at his residence?
Yes, I am.
Because this is all happening on the 7th, right?
Correct.
Detective Jappy, did you participate in the search warrant at the defendant's home on September 7th, 2022?
No, I did not.
Who drops off the defendant at his house on the 7th?
It was Detective Gaddis and I.
After you drop him off, do you become aware that the DNA results have come back?
Yes.
Do you learn that there's a plan in place at that point to place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, I do.
Do you go home at that point in time, or where do you go at that point?
I was in the vicinity of Mr. Tellis's residence.
Okay. And are you tasked with anything on that day?
Yes.
What are you tasked to do?
I was asked to call Mr. Tellis and ask him if he could come outside of his house and surrender to us.
Do you have an understanding as to why you were selected?
Yes.
Why?
One, based on my rapport with Mr. Tellis, we had I would say a long-standing relationship for 6 months. We talked somewhat frequently. And also, I'm a member of our crisis negotiation team.
What is the crisis negotiation team?
We are individuals within Metro that have specialized training in crisis negotiation. So if someone is in a mental state where they are refusing to come out of their residence, either barricaded inside the residence or have hostages or want to harm themselves, we have specialized training, and we respond to talk to those individuals to try to get them to get into a mental state where they're ready to start thinking rationally again and exit whatever place they're in.
And potentially de-escalate a potentially harmful situation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call the defendant?
I call his wife's phone.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, how many years have you been a member of the crisis negotiation team?
Approximately 6 years. I started in 2016, but I had a 2-year break in between.
So you call his wife's phone. Do you eventually get the defendant on the phone?
Yes, I do.
How long do you spend talking with Mr. Tellis?
In total is about 2 hours.
Okay. Does he say anything to you that expresses that gives you a concern about his personal safety?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say that brings you that concern?
There's multiple statements that he wasn't thinking clearly, and that he was thinking about hurting himself. And then it progressed to where he was telling me that he could not exit the residence because he was stuck in his tub. And at that point, we members of the SWAT team utilized robots and drones to see that he was, in fact, laying in his tub and unable to exit.
I want to ask you this question. During that 2-hour negotiation, do you ever step foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I do not.
Okay, so are you at some sort of command post or somewhere farther away?
I started off in my vehicle, and then once the SWAT team arrived, we have a room that the negotiators go and sit in. So for probably the first hour and a half, I was in my vehicle, and then I transitioned into the command vehicle for the SWAT team.
Okay, and then at that point, you mentioned that drones or robots confirm. Is that because they're like armed with cameras?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get a visual essentially.
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, does SWAT go in and safely get him out of the house?
Yes, they do.
After SWAT gets him out of the house, is he provided medical treatment and brought to an ambulance?
Yes.
Is that ambulance, obviously the ambulance is outside of the house, do you approach that ambulance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you approach the ambulance?
As part of what we typically do as negotiators, we go to debrief the person that was barricaded within the house, and we have conversations with them to see if there's anything that we could do that could have been different to get them to exit the house earlier, or different things that we could have said to have rationale with the subject. On top of that, with my relationship with Mr. Tellis, just to see if he was okay.
Okay, I'll ask you, Detective, were you concerned about him?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Like I said, I I had a relationship with him. Obviously, through the conversation that we had, we know about his family, everything that he's going through. You never want to see someone in a situation where they feel like they have to hurt themselves. Like doesn't matter what the nature of the allegations are or anything like that. And so all those things were factors that, I was concerned about his safety.
Okay. How long? I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how long do you spend interacting with him?
In the ambulance, I was probably in there for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you stay in the ambulance as he's taken to a hospital?
No, I do not.
Okay, so he is then taken away at that point.
Yes.
After he leaves to go to the ambulance, Detective Jappy, did you set foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I did not.
Okay, so September 7th, Robert Tellis is arrested. At this point, do you stop your investigation into Compass and Mr. Tellis?
No, both investigations still continue.
Okay. Let's first talk about the Tellis investigation. When do you conclude your investigation into the allegations raised by Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin and Ms. McMahon?
My investigation ended around February of 2023. We passed the information that we had and all the information that we collected to the FBI to do a secondary analysis of it.
Let me stop. I want to stop you here for a second. You conclude in February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Before you send it to the FBI, what determination, detective, do you make regarding the allegations that Robert Tellis did something involving a kickback scheme?
Through all the investigation that we did and all the research that we conducted, there is no evidence to support that Mr. Tellis was receiving any kickbacks.
Okay. Do you then refer to the FBI?
Yes.
And what does the FBI say?
They review the documentation as well, and they came to the same conclusion.
Okay. Do you take this evidence to the DA's office in the hopes that they file charges against Mr. Tellis?
No, I did not.
So you don't do that in that case?
Correct.
With respect to what the old guard has said about Mr. Tellis. Is that correct? Do you know who the old guard is?
I do not.
Okay. Sorry, I'll use it. About regarding what Ms. Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin or Ms. McMahon, what they say about him, you don't take all that to the DA's office?
Correct.
Regarding Mr. Tellis?
Correct.
Let's turn our attention to Compass Realty. When did your investigation conclude on that?
Around February of 2023.
Okay. Do you take that information? What conclusion? Let's do it this way. Do you take that evidence to the DA's office?
Yes, I do.
In the hopes that they file charges?
When I took the evidence to the district attorney's office, it was in support of trying to get search warrants to further the investigation.
And what are you told, essentially, by members of the district attorney's office?
That based on the information that we had and how the Nevada Revised Statute is written regarding probate cells, that through the legislative loopholes that Compass Realty was utilizing loopholes and that there would not be a criminal prosecution of the case.
So specifically, we're talking about things like the requirements of service, right? Like you don't have certified mail, and you're getting a mixed bag, so it's going to be hard to say that they weren't really notifying people.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, because you had some people who, in fact, were notified, and some people didn't.
Yes, and then in regards to filing the false documents to the court, oftentimes the employee of Compass Realty did provide who the home was sold to and the company that it was sold to, and there was no further questions from the court about it, but they did provide the documentation.
So at the end of the day, regarding the Tellis accusations, you do not go to the DA's office, but Compass Realty you did.
Correct.
But based on the way the law was written, you were told this can't go any further just because of just how these statutes are written.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk about one more thing, that pen register. Did you have an opportunity to review the pen register with respect to Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, and you have records, you've collected those records. On that day, in the morning of September 2nd of 2022, what do you see in terms of the activity on that phone?
The activity between, I don't have the exact times, but between like 8:30 in the morning, around 8:30 in the morning to early afternoon, the phone activity was only incoming activity as far as text messages and phone calls, and there was no outgoing text messages or phone calls until early afternoon.
Okay, so basically, like, there's activity on the phone, and geographically, where's the phone pinging from?
Around his residence.
Okay, so the phone appears to be located nearby the residence.
Correct.
And people are kind of reaching out to his phone, but nothing's going out.
That's correct.
For about how long of a time period?
I'd say approximately 5 to 6 hours.
Okay, and you've provided those records to our office, is that correct?
Yes.
At this time, we're going to ask for the admission of states 345. It's been admitted by stipulation.
Correct.
It's admitted.
Yes, Your Honor.
If we could just cue over. So, that's super weird. It's because I have to slide it over here. I apologize. Let's do this with this. Voila. It's magic. Okay. This is going to, I'll have to look over here. Sorry. This is a little harder for me to do. Okay. What are we looking at in this first column here? Do you know?
The first column is just the case number that our technical and analytical section assigned to it.
And what is this second column indicating?
The second column is the target phone number, so the phone number that the PIN register is provisioned on.
And for the record, I opened up a file that was entitled 702-533-1858 CDRs.
Correct.
Okay. What's in column D?
The date of the activity.
Okay. So tell me this. So what time did you say roughly this starts at?
I said approximately 8:30. It looks like it's 8:45 hours, so 8:45 in the morning was that last. I'm sorry, 08:48 in the morning was the last outgoing text messages.
Okay, so that's entry. I'm sorry, it's just really hard for me to see. I apologize.
No.
So eight at entry number. What is that entry number with the outgoing text?
The only thing I can see is it ends in 56.
Oh, it's cut off on your screen. So is it 45556, and it's a text in column H outgoing, correct?
Yes.
And it's sent to 6728556. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's outgoing. The next couple entries below, the next two are incoming, correct?
Yes.
What is the significance, though, of outgoing data? What does that mean?
So through my training experience, data sessions aren't reflected with the accurate times on through phone records. We're taught not to rely on data sessions.
Okay, so that potentially is just a ping from the cell phone company sending things out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like what counts as data sessions, but
on a record, let's say you send a text message in column 8, it'll say text, right?
yes.
Okay, so let's keep scrolling down. So if we look at entry number 45568 at 9:16:01, there seems to be an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
And again, there's outgoing data, and then another incoming text. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so essentially, you're seeing a series of incoming texts, but there's like no response. There's no outgoing text, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we're at, if we look at entry 45582, the very one at the bottom. Can you read me the time at that point?
Yes, that's 9:44:53.
All right. Let's keep scrolling down. So, again, are we seeing kind of a toggling of incoming text message and then these outgoing data kind of notations, correct?
Yes.
Please tell me what the last time on this entry here is.
10:16:31.
And I know it's cut off, and that's entry number 45597 for the record. Wrong mouse. I don't know if we're... now we have something called incoming voice. What is that?
That's his phone is receiving a phone call.
Okay. So you're receiving a couple of calls that are being made, correct?
Yes.
But nothing outgoing in terms of voice or text.
Correct.
What is the last time that you have here?
The last time I have is 11:59:09.
And for the record, since it's cut off, it's 45:6:12. Looking at here, again, we're not seeing anything outgoing in terms of voice or text, correct?
Correct.
But there is an incoming voice at the end, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the time on that?
13:20:28.
So I'm assuming that's a 24-hour clock?
Yes.
Okay, so convert that for people who don't know what
Yes.
a 24-hour clock is.
That'd be 1:20 p.m. and 28 seconds.
Okay, so another at 1:20 incoming voice call, and for the record, that entry is 45:6:30. Let's see. Again, are we only seeing incoming text at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. No outgoing text, no outgoing voices.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Please tell us the time here at the bottom.
13:26:35. So 1:26 and 35 seconds p.m.
Okay, and for the record, that's entry point 45651. And now I want to turn your attention to the third entry from the bottom. The entry is 45658 at 14:05:49. What do we have there?
We have an outgoing text message to 702-325-2821. So that means he sent a text, or his phone sent a text message to that number.
Please convert for this jury what 14:05 translates into in a normal 12-hour clock.
Yeah, it's 2:05 and 49 seconds p.m.
Okay, so from 8:48 a.m. until 2:05 p.m., there's not a single outgoing voice call or a single outgoing text message.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
We probably need to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Your Honor, we have just one moment.
You bet. Sure, no problem. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Detective Jappy, just so we're clear, based upon your direct testimony today, Mr. Tellis has basically been exonerated of the allegation or the concern of your investigation regarding his receiving bribes or kickbacks.
Yes, that's correct.
This investigation was basically started by Kimberly McMahon meeting with you and giving you information, fair to say?
That was part of it, yes.
As a result of her coming to you, you sought a pin register, trap and trace real-time device location wherein you could follow Mr. Tellis's phone.
Again, in part because of the information received by her.
Correct. Long story short, the warrant that you obtained was, it makes reference to Kimberly McMahon, correct?
Yes.
That provided the probable cause for you to get this trap and trace device, correct?
It helped the probable cause.
It was the primary reason. We'll go there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As a result of this, you were able to monitor his whereabouts. Maybe not to the specific inch, but pretty darn close.
That's correct.
You were able to monitor calls received, sent out, the metadata, not the contents, but the numbers.
Correct, the phone number's out, yes.
As well as the data information, the text that he both received and sent out, fair to say?
Yes, the phone number's that either sent or received it, yes.
Correct. You would testify concerning surveillance that had been conducted on Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
There is a report that was generated on August 17th of 2022.
Correct.
Criminal intelligence surveillance log was generated as a result of the surveillance that was conducted.
Yes.
Notes are taken concerning the activities of Mr. Tellis.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Picks up a child, goes to Home Depot, fair to say?
Yes.
Goes to Chipotle.
Yes.
Goes home. And he was under surveillance for a number of hours on August 17th, 2022.
Correct.
Now, there's a second report that's generated, and that's a September 6th, 2022. And this is of Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
Reference is made where security cameras are observed under the eave of the roof.
Correct.
And there's a notice or a notation here concerning those not having been there previously.
Yes.
Now, there's reference made to, and actually you testified now, concerning surveillance conducted of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022.
Yes.
Was a report generated or a surveillance log generated in reference to that surveillance?
Yes, there was.
Was that provided to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You are subject to recall, and the parties have agreed that in the event that it's necessary to call you back, which you're willing to come back and speak to us, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. And it's your testimony that as a result of the surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022, that he was not surveilled on September 2nd of 2022. You generally don't like to have two surveillance days back to back.
Correct.
Fair to say that he was subject to surveillance from the time that you obtained this warrant and began looking at him on August 17th until past the time that the events which gave rise to this case occurred.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You bet. He's under surveillance. First time's August 17th. He's then surveilled September 1st of 2022.
Correct.
And then he's surveilled September 6th, 2022. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the events that gave rise to this case are alleged to have occurred on September 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
So during this time, he was subject to surveillance, but just not on this specific day, according to your testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
From the time that you obtained this warrant in August, he was subject again to this pen register trap and trace.
Yes.
And that obviously covered the events as we've seen of September 2nd, 2022.
Yes, it did.
At no time during this course of events, to your knowledge, was he made aware of these things?
Correct.
Or these efforts on your part, fair to say?
Yes, very fair.
In reference to the person that came forward to you and gave you information, which was the primary basis for your warrant, Kimberly McMahon, she was a real estate agent.
Yes.
But at the time that these solicitations that she claimed occurred between herself and Mr. Tellis, she was actually a lieutenant of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Around the same time. I don't know the exact dates, but yes, around the same time.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that it's my understanding that she was, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Okay. You had testified that while Mr. Tellis has been exonerated, and let me ask you this, your investigation concerning Mr. Tellis and these allegations against Mr. Tellis concerning this kickback scheme, he was never notified, correct?
Correct.
So, up until your testimony today, he did not receive a phone call, he hasn't received a letter, anything of that nature to inform him that your investigation was complete and that you found no wrongdoing concerning the allegations that you were involved in.
I did not interview him, reference it, and it's not typical to let people know that they're subject of investigation.
Fair enough. Would you agree with me that based upon this investigation that he conducted, an independent investigation, and provide you documentation concerning, you began and continued investigation for several months concerning Compass Realty and other actors?
Yes, I did.
And you ultimately submitted the evidence that you confirmed and built upon that was received from him. You submitted that to the district attorney's office.
It was a conversation with the district attorney's office. There was no formal submission or anything along those lines.
And you were informed that while obviously it was a statutory issue, but the district attorney's office did not file charges, but then you had given testimony that this information has been submitted to the FBI.
In regards to Mr. Tellis, yes.
Okay. In regards to even concerning an investigation of Mr. Tellis, or just so we're clear, please?
Yes, concerning the investigation that we were doing into Mr. Tellis for the kickbacks, that information was turned over to the FBI. The information referenced Compass Realty was not.
Okay. fair to say that if Mr. Tellis had not come forth to you, that you wouldn't have learned, you weren't notified prior to his notifying you of these actions of Compass Realty and others?
Correct.
So he reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
And when I say you, I'm saying if I told you that he first reached out to the district attorney, Mr. Wolfson, and then ultimately it came to your desk, would you ever any reason to disagree with that?
No, that's a fair assessment.
You reached out to Detective Gaddis on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Detective Gaddis and I had a conversation before, since the murder occurred, up until his arrest. So,
you had reached out, and if I told you it was contained within an officer's report authored by Detective Gaddis, do you have a reason to disagree with me?
No, I wouldn't.
So you'd agree with me, you reached out to Detective Gaddis to inform Detective Gaddis that you had information that you felt would implicate Mr. Tellis in a murder?
I don't recall any information that would implicate him. I passed along facts that I had through my investigation.
To where you thought that he should be a target or he should be looked at?
Again, I was just informing Detective Gaddis of information that I had. She was a case agent. However, she receives that information is her decision.
And like I said, I don't want to mince words with you, but you basically reached out to Detective Gaddis to say, hey, I think I have some information. You should look at Mr. Tellis.
She should be aware of the information I had, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tellis is detained for the purposes of collecting his DNA and ultimately his pants on September 7th. You're aware of that?
Yes.
He's subsequently spoken to by homicide detectives, correct?
Yes.
You then became involved or entered into that interview, that discussion?
I was present at the beginning of the conversation with him.
Okay. And there was a discussion that you had with him concerning an investigation or other matters concerning you and him, correct?
Yes, we had conversation. I was giving him updates on where we're at with Compass Realty as the homicide investigation was continuing.
So he's being detained, having his DNA taken, literally having his pants taken off of him, and you are speaking to him concerning Compass and Compass Realty.
When I spoke to him, that process had already been completed, and we were just in the room, more like small talk type conversation.
Okay, but you were there, correct?
Yes.
He's obviously aware that he's the subject of a murder investigation. Things are going, as you testified, fairly badly for him in a psychological, mental sense. You're now part of the crisis negotiation team that's speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
And then following his emergence from his residence, you then are in the ambulance with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, I was.
And it was just you and he in the ambulance?
No, there was multiple people inside the ambulance.
Okay, who was in the ambulance?
My partner with the negotiation team was with me, and then numerous firefighters and paramedics.
I see. And since that time, you've not had any contact with Mr. Tellis?
No.
Thank you. And again, subject to recall, I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're not excused from your subpoena. So if Mr. Draskowitz wants to recall you, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being here today. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
State called Officer Levi Hancock.
You'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face square.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Levi Hancock. First name is spelled Levi. Last name is Hancock.
Have received your honor. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department
And what division are you currently in with Metro?
in the SWAT section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you and your SWAT team members kind of sent out to help assist in potentially effectuating an arrest on a defendant by the name, a suspect by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, we
Okay.
were.
Do you see Robert Tellis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit on the far right side of that table.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Okay. Now, prior to going out to effectuate that arrest, were you aware that there was a search warrant being executed on that home earlier in the day?
Yes.
Okay. So once you guys are sent out, what is the plan at that point? What's the plan to do this?
So we had been notified of the previous search warrant. We were also told that there was an incoming search warrant to take Mr. Tellis into custody. That was pending some DNA results.
Okay.
It was our understanding that surveillance was being done on the house at that point in time, at which point they made contact with him, and then they deemed it a barricaded person, and that's when we were requested.
And around that time, DNA results come back in. Are you made aware of that?
Yes.
And there's a decision that an effectuating arrest is going to happen?
Correct.
How many SWAT officers respond to this barricade?
I would say probably around 20 or so, at least.
All right. Where were you? Let me ask you this. When, let's say you're dealing with a resident, are sides of the home given a number?
Yes, they are.
What is that? How does that work in your?
So if you're facing a residence, to the left of it would be the 2 side, the rear was what we call the 3 side, and then to the right of it would be the 4 side.
And the front would be?
The 1 side.
All right. So were you assigned a particular side of the house?
Yes, it was red team was actually the primary team that day, and I work on blue team. They put a request out for additional personnel, and I was assigned to work on the 3 side of the building.
So that's the back part.
That's the back, correct.
And I don't want to assume, but it sounds as if maybe there are officers maybe on all sides of the house. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's completely surrounded.
Okay. So are there efforts, as far as you know, to communicate with Mr. Tellis to see if he would come out on his own?
Yes, prior to our arrival was our understanding, at least the communication that had been put out, was that they were on the phone with him and that he had made the refusal to come out of the residence.
Do you know roughly how long people talked with Mr. Tellis?
It was well more than an hour,
Okay.
if not closer to 2.
All right. Ultimately, are you able, does the SWAT team enter the home?
Yes. Prior to our arrival, the units that were conducting surveillance made the determination that they needed to enter the residence under exigent circumstances because they were in fear that he was harming himself. They made entry into the home, cleared the first level of the home. That's the point when SWAT assets started to arrive and took over inside the home.
And based on what you learned, where did you believe Mr. Tellis was located in the house? You said you secured the first floor. Where did you believe he was located?
So it was relayed to us. We also put out snipers, so they provide intelligence and overwatch for us. They had seen some movement on the second floor of the 1 side. If you're facing the home, the very first window, it appeared to be some block windows, but they could see some movement, some hand movement, gestures coming from that bathroom.
Okay. Is there a decision made to make your way up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes. Prior to that, we used robotics and a drone.
Why are those helpful?
Well, we don't want to rush into any type of situation and put ourselves in a position where, unfortunately, we encounter a lot of individuals that try and go suicide by cop. So we want to identify somebody, try and isolate them, establish communication with them, and have a peaceful resolution.
Okay. So do the robots and the drones establish visual on the defendant?
Yes, the robot came in first, ascended the stairs, and actually proceeded into the master bedroom, which is on the one side of the second floor.
Okay, so the front side of the house.
The front side of the house, yes.
I'm learning. Okay, so the robot gets visual. How about the drone? Does it establish visual as well?
Yeah, the robot actually made its way into the master bedroom. There was quite a bit of clutter in the bedroom, so it couldn't really proceed much further. Soon after that, the drone came in, flew into that bedroom, and identified Mr. Tellis in the bathtub.
Okay, so he's in the bathtub according
Yes.
to the visuals that you got?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens next?
It was relayed to us as the drone flew in. And again, the robots have the ability to establish communications with the person. They relayed to us over the radio that Mr. Tellis had appeared to drop a knife outside of the bathtub, meaning that he was potentially unarmed at that point. They identified that he was covered in blood and potentially had some self-inflicted wounds on him.
Do you and your team make your way up the stairs to the bathroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, when you reach the bathroom, what do you see and what do you do at that point?
I was the first person in the bathroom operating the shield. We established verbal communication with him, told him, "Let me see your hands." He made some gesture like he had said, you know, if he did have a weapon, I believe I said, drop the knife or drop whatever you may have. He made some gesture that it was outside of the bathtub. I could definitively clear his hands at that point, which we proceeded forward to remove him from the bathtub.
Okay. Are you successful in removing him from the bathtub?
Yes.
Once removed from the bathtub, do you provide any sort of immediate assistance medically to Mr. Tellis?
Yes, we extracted him from the bathtub and pulled him out into the main floor space of the master bedroom so we could at least start to render some medical aid. We're fortunate enough to have what's called a tactical emergency medical team with us. So we have commissioned officers that are EMTs, and then we have physicians that volunteer their time. So we had a physician on site along with two EMTs that came in along with myself to provide medical aid to Mr. Tellis.
So essentially the three of you provide medical aid, is that correct?
Yes, four of us.
Four of you.
Yes.
What about the rest of those SWAT members? Do they stick around, or are they kind of sent downstairs? What happens?
No, they were sent to just to make sure the rest of the residence was clear and then just get out of the way.
Okay. After providing medical assistance on the second floor, where do you take Mr. Tellis?
We wrapped him in a sheet so we could send him down the stairs, and then he was placed on a gurney, at which point he was taken out to medical.
At the time that you performed all of these actions, were you wearing anything to record things that you had seen or experienced while inside the house?
Yes, we're assigned a body-worn camera, which is worn on my helmet.
Prior to coming here today, have you had a chance to review that body-worn footage?
Yes.
All right. At this time, we are going to play Officer Hancock's body-worn camera. It is found within Exhibit States 344. It's been admitted already here. Yeah, thank you. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to stop it right here. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the stairs lead up to the second floor of Mr. Tellis' home.
Okay, thank you very much.
Copy that. We're making our way up to 88 to the master bedroom. The plan's already been put out. Keep eyes moving, keep eyes on. Copy that. We have the radio. Taser ready. Taser, you want to clean behind me. Yeah, I told him I pulled that right. Levi, smash it if you need to be.
outside, we just get dressed. Let's just make sure there's nothing material. We need to stop right away. You want me to knock?
The rest of the team's clearing up the house. Hey, what are you doing downstairs?
Down, the arms are no big deal. They're superficial. They can get dressed and make sure they're no junctional.
Attack medics are working as well as the attack doc. They're clearing the hill, yes.
Take it all the way down. Take it all the way down. It's all superficial.
For attack medics, but it's also superficial to the arms.
Rolling for CPAC.
You're gonna get Doc Hans is gonna be your attack doc.
Okay. Let's roll him and check his bag for any blood source there. Otherwise, he should blood from his arms. Which way? Away from us?
Hey, I want control of those arms still, okay?
We're just going to stop at 312. I think I'm reading that right, 312. Essentially, the rest of the footage kind of shows you guys administering that emergency aid at the top of the stairs. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for the witness.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, based on your recollection in the images captured here, it appears that Mr. Tellis had lost a substantial amount of blood.
Correct.
Did you have any indication at this time whether he had ingested drugs or alcohol?
I didn't. The attending physician, John Anson, they made the determination that he possibly ingested something. I believe they gave him 2 doses of Narcan.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any direct?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Okay, at this time, we're going to conclude for the day. We will resume again Monday morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, 10:30.